All right, ladies and gentlemen, as our grand entry participants make their way into position, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge where we are gathered today. We are honored to stand on lands that hold deep meaning for the Métis people. Batoche is more than an historic location. It is a place of family, memory, strength, and identity. It is a place where our ancestors lived, worked, prayed, raised families, and defended their way of life. Today, generations later, we gather here proudly. We gather with our music. We gather with our language. We gather with our stories. We gather with our children and our elders. And through gatherings like Back to Batoche, we continue carrying that history forward. And one of the most powerful things about Back to Batoche is seeing so many generations gathered in one place. There are children here who may be experiencing this celebration for the first time. There are parents continuing traditions that were taught to them, and there are elders who have carried these stories and teachings throughout their lives. This is how culture continues, one generation passing it to the next. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Back to Batoche. Are you guys ready for another great celebration? Come on, I know it's a little early. I said, are you guys ready for another Back to Batoche celebration? That's why we're here. We're here to celebrate together, celebrate our culture together, celebrate our people together, and celebrate our traditions together. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting started very shortly as our team is still preparing. So, with that being said, visit amongst yourselves, share those stories, share those experiences, and share those memories together because this is the weekend. This is not just the weekend, this is our weekend, ladies and gentlemen. So let's enjoy it. Your grand entry will begin very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as our team is still preparing for our grand entry, I just ask that each and every one of you finds your seat, you get comfortable, but also remember throughout the weekend, it's going to be one of the hottest weekends we have here in Batoche. So, with that being said, make sure you're drinking your water. Okay, drink your water, not Pepsi and chips. Okay, I don't want you guys waking up in the morning and drinking pop first thing. Okay, none of that Diet Coke. Grab a 500 milliliter bottle of water and then take that back. All right. So, Key, stay hydrated this weekend. Okay, stay cool and wear your sunscreen. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, as our team is still preparing to get started with your grand entry, stay comfortable, visit amongst each other, and we're going to be getting the grand entry started for you guys very shortly. Batoche? Okay, that's fine. I'll try my best to go through it. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, my brothers and sisters. And in case anyone missed it the first time, my name is Dakota Fable, Master of Ceremonies this morning for our grand entry, grand opening, for our opening ceremonies. And it's such an honor to serve as this role, as this in the celebration. It means so much to me. And we have some great musicians lined up and a lot of activities throughout the whole weekend. We are going to start in 5 minutes or so, so please find your seat, make yourself comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Back to Batoche 2026. Make some noise, brothers and sisters. We're here to celebrate. So with that being said, brothers and sisters, family and friends and relatives, your grand entry is about to get started very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand entry has begun. They started walking here on the right side, here on the left side. So they have started the grand entry, ladies and gentlemen. But this is another opportunity to gather together, another opportunity to celebrate our Métis culture, another opportunity to honor those who come before us and to inspire those who will come after us. Batoche is more than a place. It is a part of our story. It is where courage, resilience, and community continue to live on through every generation. And this is our way to start off on a good day. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you at this time to please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our fiddlers, Jason Lapine, Dean Smith, and Adam Daya. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these amazing dancers. Make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, family and friends and relatives, Kanse et Planete, bonjour. My name is Dakota Fable, and I am your master of ceremonies for the opening ceremonies this morning. It is my honor to have each and every one of you joining us today. But at this time, I would like to invite someone who truly needs very little introduction. Elder Norman Fleury has dedicated much of his life to preserving and revitalizing the Michif language, our culture, and our traditions. His knowledge, leadership, and commitment have helped strengthen our nation for generations. As is our way, we begin with gratitude and prayer. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming Elder Norman Fleury.
Hey, Bomatek, Akiokiwao, Atlanete, Washdedo, Anin Siga. It's such a beautiful day to ask our Creator for a blessing that will always last forever. And as I stand here for the around the 59 years of my life as a Michif and someone that's been very much started as a youth, and now I'm an elder. How does that happen? And with the rest of our elders that we walked in here, marched in together, with giving our lives for many, many, many years. And when we first came here, when there were army tents that we lived in, now you have motor homes, fifth wheels, and you've come so far. We've come so far. We've transitioned and we've evolved as a people with the same distinction, the same languages, the same dances, the same regalia, and the same homeland, with the same leaders from Louis Riel on to this day. Our young dancers here today, and we're going to have some other entertainment. They are our future. As when I talk with the elders, we say, "Kayash mana himioshin." Ano siya pakanapstis. Meaning to say at one time it was very, very good. Today it's a little different. Well, we get to know why that is. Because we're fighting for our distinction, our identity, our language. We're fighting to tell the world of who we are and telling our stories. And this is the third largest city of the province for a weekend when you have over 40,000 people come through these gates. Those are all determinants. And when we have our youth, we have Michif language camp, we have our Michif language tents, and the little ones with their grandparents, they're learning Michif. And they're dancing here and showcasing. The little ones are dancing. The elders are dancing. We're all coming together. And so many of us come in with our soldiers, our military. We come together in the forefront to showcase everything that we participate in the Canadian mosaic that we are part of. So with that, brothers and sisters, nawakomaganak, utaganipa uyana nosh, nixite mon we kumikuyan nista. Our president, nigani yan and the way mitchpepix ko yan, nista, peyek kiste yaginanik. Kianan ka sok siya, kaya wikats wani kek, tandeus siya. Kami mo ta kaya chipagit siya. Mitoniga kiya utaka nipo ya kapekiu kaya horses minamistat mo gagut skawetsik. Buffalo minagamoaya kok. Igual po aso minakimuana ni kakyaw epemitia. Marcin de tao man ito. The bon Dieu ko yes not make ko ya this weekend. So we can be free with what we're doing, going to the vendors, going to the pavilions, learn about who you are. And once we become that solid people again, the world is ours, our own world is ours. So with that, our Creator God, help us so we may be going home when we go home in a good way. When we visit, we interact in a good way. And we continue with our elders, our youth, our veterans. And let's not forget those that are less fortunate than we are, the sick and the shut in, and those that are struggling in their lives. We pray for them also. So, with that, we have an agenda, and we will continue, and we will move forward, and we will give thanks, and we will continue, and we'll never stop, we'll never quit. How? Let's keep on going. Merci.
Thank you very much, Norman Fleury. And at this time, the First Lady, Verna McCollum, would like to present Fleury with a gift as well. So thank you very much, Elder Norman Fleury. Once again, give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. But Marcy, Elder Norman, thank you for sharing your prayers, your wisdom, and your blessings with us as we begin this very special day. But not only a day, a weekend to celebrate our culture, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, if you are able, I invite you to please rise for the singing of the Métis National Anthem. And joining us this morning is none other than Loretta King. Loretta serves as a regional director for Western Region 1 and Minister of Child and Family Services with the Métis Nations of Saskatchewan. Today, she honors us by performing the Métis National Anthem, Proud to be Métis. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters and relatives, please help me welcome none other than Loretta King.
In the forest, on the river, and across the western plain, as the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indians. A new race was created, a new nation rose up strong. Hardship has its destiny, and its curse do not belong. In the land from which they came, in the land they helped to build, they found themselves the alien, found their visions unfulfilled. And despite valiant effort to defend what they believe, when at last the battle ended, they were only left to grieve. We are proud to be Métis, watch a nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, where the truth Canadian. For the newest generation and the future wants to come. With the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. as we build this mighty nation, as we want to rise again. Our past loss of motivation to inspire future gain. We are proud to be Métis, watch a nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. And we are proud to be Métis, watch a nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask you to remain standing for the singing of the Canadian National Anthem. I would like to invite Liliana Lavallee to come and sing stage to sing the anthem for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay standing.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, through patriot love in all of God's command. With glowing hearts we see the rise of true North, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And at this time, I would like to invite Tawny L. to Lemeg to the front stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, and Tony Lemeg will be doing a Dene drum song for us this morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be back here to drum for you again this year. Coming here with all the Métis people, it's such an awesome experience here every year, and I'm thankful to be back here this year. I usually sing a worship song and a prayer song in my Dene language. soril ni hell, negani Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Setari, Janu Genoite, Netori Kesi, No Borelion. Yahweh, 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 no Jesus, Menteresi, no Tananite, no Corellion. Yahweh, 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 Zechari, Nenteresi, Nedori Kesi, Nutaneni. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh,
Cho. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our president, Glenn McCollum, to the front of the stage, at this time, I would like to introduce our powwow drum group, Young Scouts, as we get this day started off on the right foot with an honor song, Hookah. Let's go, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Young Scouts. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, this is what brings us together, brothers and sisters. It's the heartbeat of that drum. It's the heartbeat of the clickers on the floor. It's the heartbeat of the Dene drum. It's the heartbeat, my brothers and sisters, that brings us all together as a family, as one, and as one nation. We sit here together to celebrate back to Batoche 2026. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it is done. So with that being said, at this time, I would like to invite our president, Glenn McCollum, with your opening remarks.
A little shorter than you, buddy. But anyway, it happens every year that I walk up here with some paper that I'm supposed to read from. But it doesn't usually work out. So I'm going to put them on the side here. You know, our staff work hard. But first of all, Elder prayer. Thank you very much, Elder. Thank you, Norman, for the prayer. You know, as I was sitting there, what would be the message as you sit here, gather, be able to enjoy Batoche, music, food, entertainment? What would be the message? I see our RCMP members, city police, I see the veterans, I see the marshals, I see our elders, and I see the people from across Canada and some from other countries that come here to celebrate. What would be the message? You know, we worked hard for our citizens to believe that we can be different, and we are. It shows in regards to the many people that come here to celebrate together. But what is the message? You know, today was supposed to be the day we initial with the federal government. There's a little few hiccups happening, but it's not going to stop. The federal government and us will continue those conversations within the next 2 weeks. It'll happen. You know, in 150 years that we've been here, over 150 years since I should say Riel fought and got hung for the belief that he had self-determination and self-government and self-governance. I'm not surprised a lot of times that things tend to be slow. But again, the spirit of our people, the First Nations, non-Indigenous people, Inuit, and Métis that have come here to celebrate, what is that message? So as I'm sitting there, I'm looking at you, the crowd, and having that drum play and the dancing that goes on in the crowd, to be proud to hear that music. And the national Métis national anthem to be played. What goes on along with that spirit, with that song, I should say, the spirit of who you are. Oh Canada, our home and native land, our home and native land. The national anthem, what is the message? You know, as leaders, we gather across Canada, we tend to forget the spirit of who we are and what we're about. Sometimes us Indigenous people, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit can be our worst enemy. Yes, we're negotiating with government, but we have to speak with one strong voice. So what's the message? You know, for me, to be able to see your faces, to be able to see the different people that are here representing non-Indigenous people, Métis, First Nations, Inuit, we have that same spirit of celebration, to be able to be happy, to be able to participate. I guarantee you will not find, as you turn to your left or to your right, to be able to have anybody negative in regards to why you're here in Batoche. Why does it happen that when we walk away from these celebrations, that we tend to forget in regards to the importance of the working on ourselves? We fight for those same reasons: self-government, land. But we've been shown to follow the wrong path a lot of times. There's been celebrations right across our province in Canada. And every time you go to these celebrations, you'll find people from across Canada that believe that it can be different, that it should be different. But what's the message? We've heard it all from us leaders as we speak. We've seen it in regards to the dance, the food, the entertainment, our language, our identity. What's the message? It's our job as each individual sitting in this room, that you have leaders back home. We have our council here in Saskatchewan, 12 regions, plus the youth rep and the women's rep. We have a job to do. Even ourselves as a Métis nation, we look at ourselves. What's the reset? How do we reset again? Not that there's anything wrong with our government. It's just that we have to look differently. Sometimes things change for the good always. I can tell you right now, the people that are sitting in front of you, your council here from Saskatchewan, are doing their darnest to be able to do the best for our citizens here in Saskatchewan, but at the same time, put forward that message of cooperation and working partnerships with the federal government, the provincial government, industry players, institutions, the RCMP, the marshals, and the veterans, our elders, and the list goes on and on and on. But I guarantee you, there's isolation, and it tends to win. Even the issues that we have in Saskatchewan, drugs, alcohol, gangs, we have our little jurisdictions. We don't want to get out of that space. That's why it's important when we talk about distinction-based focused planning and delivery systems, you have to think outside the box. I remember one time standing up here and holding up an empty piece of paper, Section 35 rights. We have to fill that. We as Indigenous people and leaders have to fill that space. And I guarantee you, there's a lot of people that don't understand outside the box thinking. They like to use it, like reconciliation, which is a weasel word, in my opinion. It makes you feel good when you talk about it, but there's no action. We have to readjust ourselves to be able to know the importance of us people, Indigenous people, and the importance of our communities, the importance of representing ourselves as governments, to be able to have governments, industry players, institutions look at us as working partners. So the message should be, as we leave, that it's not only in the hands of leaders, but you individuals that are sitting here to be able to change the path that we've been on of stalemate, creating our own space. Do you realize all of us here, some way or another, is related to non-Indigenous people, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit? My wife and I, we have 9 grandchildren that belong to Muskeg Lake, Mistawasis, Canoe Lake, and the Ronde Indian Band. Who would I be to speak up here only talk about the Métis? We are the melting pot in this country, but we have to prove the point of why it's so important to be able to tell our story, but more importantly, action in regards to what is needed of our governments. Ugi ano, tahto tagapi umagiawano sa utay sinuak. Kawapa kino pumiche to mayoga nagat pamigo muta Batoche. Puchi nanto kamamuop chagaisin walk in this province across Canada. Skui mio sik tagitu chigita mitso kiwasi tamo chigita tachimo. Mitsa to hiwanig sigisya sa samina kansa mati suita tuskin tuya. Muya was miga gastano si taytuta ma. Awego tiyo ano wata mo peda Puchi Ontario, Puchi Alberta, Manitoba, British Columbia, Saskatchewan. Igo tayo kakskita ko ako maganwa ya Puchi wigi in those provinces. Igo asi tagskita ko respect mi atik. Respect mi to ko asi trust mi to. Kaya no mo apsra boy so katsumun tagastano tap mo tataya. Mga puta gutsia, kismu igi gutsa na utap tom chi sa gay sumama wap no, kamu chigita no kapahpiu naps no waste. Mame wigi pihuta no. We will sit in these gatherings a lot of time with a smile on our faces without the evidence to prove the point of why we should come together and create that strong voice. The politics of the day cannot dictate in regards to the reality of the situation that we're in Saskatchewan and in this country. It's time to be able to take a real step outside that box, to be able to recognize that we have a right to self-government, to be able to have the right to be able to run our governments in a way that it benefits our people, Métis, Inuit, and First Nation people. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I am not frustrated, and I will not give up, same as our council will never give up. In the interest of our Métis people in this province, and the obligation we have to bring the First Nations on to be able to work with First Nations and non-Indigenous people. Same as federal government, provincial government, industry players. They're here right now. Let's give a hand to the industry players that have sponsored a lot of things that are going on in Batoche. Thank you very much. Let's show people in regards to what the message should be when we leave Batoche, that we are one people, and the one people that we are have special needs, absolutely. But if we don't cooperate with one another, plan together to be able to have the best for ourselves, then who is going to? Who is going to? Ask yourself that question. We will try. We'll have the University of Saskatchewan is here. You know, we've signed an MOU, but it's not a simple MOU, a dime a dozen MOU that are written out there. But it's a special MOU that references to Section 35 rights. The whereas clauses are there. And now we signed a citizenship agreement. We're teaching governance at the University of Saskatchewan with Kurt Boyer, who's sitting in front here. And now we signed a research agreement just last year. Today, the University of Saskatchewan and its president and vice president sitting here, we're going to sign a data sharing agreement. It's time to stop other people from studying us. We got to do it ourselves with a relationship and partnership with the University of Saskatchewan. And I compliment Industry Lee. Thank you for being here from NextGen. For industry players, that will change how the negotiations are happening because of rights and how they become players. They can now talk about reconciliation when they sign on a dotted line that the true benefits of the people that are impacted by development from wherever region you come from in Saskatchewan, it will happen. And that has happened. Thank you for that. And I would like to urge the provincial and federal governments and the RCMP, the city police, and the marshals to work together. The time for jurisdiction issues is the past. We have the same issues. We are affected by drugs and alcohol and gangs. We got to come together. There should be invisible lines as we cooperate with one another to work together. And we're going to do that. We're going to be supportive of you. And hopefully it comes the other way too. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will enjoy Batoche. We will celebrate. We will dance. I danced here last night already. I'm a good dancer. Come and see for yourself tonight. But anyway, we will enjoy ourselves. We're going to go have a fish fry after this. and let's enjoy. The world is a good place to live. You know, negotiations go on. We're not disappointed. We will get to where we need to be. It took us 150 years to get here. You know, what's a few more weeks? It'll happen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, President Glenn McCollum, for your kind words this morning. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our Minister Brendan Morasti to share a few remarks.
Dancer! Yeah, it's not lunchtime. Angry crowd. Good morning, Batoche! I said, Dancer! Hey, namoya nine toesy twill. Boy, is it doing here? Where's infrastructure? We need some AC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, and welcome back to Batoche. This is the place where our footprint is deep, where our stories live, and where our nation continues to rise. For generations, our people have faced challenges that would have broken others. Our rights were questioned, our identity was challenged, our way of life was pushed aside. But our ancestors never stopped being Métis. Our ancestors held on to our culture, our language, kingship, and our connection to this homeland. They stood tall, and because they stood tall, we are able to be here today. That is the spirit of Batoche and our Métis Nation, a spirit of courage, a spirit of resilience, a spirit of determination. When I look around this gathering, I see that spirit alive in our people. I see it in our elders who carry the wisdom. I see it in our young people who carry the promise. And I see it in every one of you as Métis citizens who continue to believe in the future of our Métis Nation. Yeah. And that future is what our self-government treaty is about. The treaty making process is not simply about negotiations. It is not simply about governments meeting at a table. It is about something much larger. It is about affirming who we are as a Métis people. It is about strengthening our right to govern ourselves. It is about ensuring that future generations inherit a nation that is strong, confident, and capable of chartering its own course. As the minister responsible for this work, I am honored to help carry it forward. But let me be very clear, family and friends, this work is not mine. This work belongs to all of us. Nation building is not the responsibility of one minister, one government, or one generation. It belongs to every citizen, to every elder, to every youth, every family, every community, because self-determination has always been a collective effort. And today I can tell you this, we are still at the table. Our negotiators continue to move this process forward. Together with our partners, we remain committed to seeing this treaty through. We remain committed to see this treaty through. And we will get there, ladies and gentlemen, not because it is easy, but because our people have never taken the easy road. We will get there because generations before us carried this vision and generations after us to see it realized. So I ask all of you today, be proud of who you are, Believe in the strength of our Métis Nation, and let's take our place in this work together. Do it because the future of the Métis Nation will not be built by a few, it will be built by all of us, united in a purpose, grounded in our history, confident in our future, and determined to bring this treaty and our shared vision of self-government home. Our time is here. Our people are ready. We can, we will. Egasa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, give one more round of applause for Brendan Morassi, please. Thank you. All righty there. A lot of loose leaf up here. I got to clean up a little bit. Holy moly, getting lost here in the agenda. But everyone, I know you guys are feeling a little hot this morning. But with that being said, at this time, I would like to invite the Honorable Darlene Roden, the MLA for Batoche.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Elder Fleury for the opening prayer. Let me begin by acknowledging the land where we are gathered today is Treaty 6 territory and home of the Métis. On behalf of Premier Scott Moe, Parks, Culture and Sport Minister Alana Ross, and the Government of Saskatchewan, I'm going to segue just for a second. On behalf of myself, I'm the MLA for Batoche constituency. I just want to welcome so many people from across Canada. Like this morning, I met a group from Northwest Territories here to celebrate Back to Batoche Days. And I welcome you to the best, the most beautiful constituency in the entire province of Saskatchewan. And I'll brag that up all day long. So, I am honored to join you today for the opening of Back to Batoche Days. Batoche is a place of history and meaning. It is a place where Métis culture, traditions, and stories continue to be shared and celebrated. For more than 50 years, Back to Batoche Days has brought people together to reconnect with family and friends, honor Métis heritage, and celebrate the enduring contributions of the Métis people. I would like to recognize the elders, youth, artists, performers, volunteers, and community leaders whose dedication helps keep Métis culture vibrant and strong for future generations. Through music, dancing, storytelling, language, sports, and cultural activities, this gathering showcases the resilience, pride, and spirit of the Métis Nation. I see food is not listed here. I am not going to pass by without mentioning the Métis food as well. Thank you for that. Thank you, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, the organizing committee, the sponsors, the volunteers whose hard work and commitment continue this proud and important tradition. I know this year's celebration will create lasting memories and strengthen the connections that make this community so special. Thank you, and I wish everyone a wonderful Back to Batoche Days 2026. Marcy.
Thank you very much, Darlene Roden. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Sherry McLennan, the regional representative from Western Region 2 and the Minister of Emergency Management. Sherry McLennan, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, all you Métis, First Nations, Dene. I welcome you to Western Region 2. I just want to, I can't follow Brennan, but I just want you guys to enjoy your time here and be proud of who you are Western Region 2 will always welcome you to Batoche. Thank you to our president. Thank you to the elders. Thank you to all of our elders and our seniors for sitting here and listening to us in this hot weather. I also want you to remember that St. Laurent is just across the ferry. The shrine is on also. So if you want to go over there for a couple hours and go to Mass, I just want to say to the kids, embrace your culture, learn from our elders, and take care of each other. We don't know how long we have, so we need to enjoy each other's company here at Batoche, and we need to be proud and show each other our pride. And I just want to say thank you to the President and First Lady for allowing me to bring greetings to from our region, to all our presidents, to everybody that takes part here in Batoche Days. Thank you for attending and thank you for being hot. And I'm not going to talk long because I know you're all hot and you want to go eat at the president's camp. So enjoy the food, enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend, have fun, but also stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Sherry McLennan. And at this time now, I would like to invite our CEO, Matthew Vermette, to the stage for his opening remarks.
Sorry, no opening remarks. We reserve that for our elected. So at this point in the agenda, what it is our Mr. and Mrs. Batoche. So each year we award a Mr. and Mrs. Batoche, and it's a community or I guess a couple from throughout the nation that has made great contributions to the nation. And so this year I'd actually like to invite Minister Brennan Morasti to come and introduce Mr. and Mrs. Batoche 2026.
Ole. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, you're going to know. My home community in Northern Region 3, which I represent, is celebrating 250 years this year in 2026. And our neighbors, our cousins, our kinship in Cumberland House celebrated that a couple of years back, 250 years ago. What an honor, what a privilege to be a part of this Métis Nation, to celebrate our families, our cousins, our citizens, our Nitsamuses. Is that how you say it in plural, cuz? Nitsamusak? Just kidding, my wife. But it's an honor to be up here because this is a special moment for Sagatawak, for our nation, our Métis footprint, but a little bit more near and dear to my heart because the gentleman I'm going to introduce along with his wife, they shown me over time what loyalty means. They've shown me how to nurture and grow your family no matter what. You stand by each other, you stick it out, and at the end of the day, you continue loving each other. I've seen it with Senator Max Morin and his wife Christine from Isle Cross for years. I was a young alderman at 21 years old, elected in Isle Cross, and Max was our longtime mayor. And I got to drive his caddy. The gas gauge didn't work, by the way, so I thought it was full all the time. But I got to learn from him in my younger years, and I got to see them grow together, nurture their family, build Isle Cross with our community members and our families, and just bring it to where we are today with many other of our leaders, such as our local president, Nathan Favel, who's here with our colleagues from Northern Region 3 and his family line. They've all been a part of Sagatawak in our growth. But this couple, ladies and gentlemen, they are a true prime example of what Mr. and Mrs. Batoche is. They both carry a heart of gold. They both have a strong foundation for family, and they live it, they breathe it every day through their grandkids and even now their top-ons. So family and friends, please join me in welcoming Senator Max Morn and Christine Morn to the stage. 2026, Mr. and Mrs. Batoche.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to pay attention to the front here, as Minister and as well the President and the First Lady will be sashing Max Morin. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to Max Morin and Christine Morin. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause again here. Make some noise for them. And as we are star blanket in the good way with a star blanket with a Métis Nation emblem on it as well. Very, very beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it, Mr. and Mrs. Batoche. All right, my brothers and sisters, at this time, I would like to invite Matthew Vermette back onto the stage for the presentation of the President's Medal.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So now I am supposed to be up here, and I do know what's happening in this section. So yeah, thank you, everybody. I'm Matt Vermette. I'm the acting CEO of Métis Nation Saskatchewan. President McCallum has asked me to step up for him today and kind of introduce the inaugural honorees of the President's Medal. And so it's something that President McCallum has talked about for a long time. I think ever since I've been here is how do we honor our citizens? Our citizens make huge contributions throughout the nation, throughout our province, throughout our country. And he's always talked about wanting to do it right. And so a lot of thought has went into the President's Medal, the categories, how it's going to happen, and what they're going to receive. And so I guess today will mark the first ever presentation of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan President's Medal. As a nation, we celebrate excellence rooted in Métis identity, culture, values, and language. We acknowledge those whose dedication reflects the strength, resilience, dedication, distinction, and vision of Métis citizens. Each recipient will receive an honor sash along with their medal in recognition of their extraordinary service and commitment to Métis citizens. This is our nation's highest honor. Presented today are two President's Medals for Lifetime Achievement. The Lifetime Achievement Award recognizes an individual whose life work has left an enduring mark on our nation and continue to benefit future generations of Métis Nation Saskatchewan citizens. Recipients of the Lifetime Achievement Award have demonstrated decades of dedication to community betterment, a minimum of 20 years of sustained contribution in their field or community, consistent excellence, integrity, and leadership, a legacy through mentorship, advocacy, nation building, or cultural contributions, an impact that transcends generations and continues to inspire others, recognition by their peers as a role model, mentor, and contributions that have created lasting programs, policies, and community benefits for our Métis citizens. The Lifetime Achievement Award recognizes an individual whose vision, resilience, and service have helped build a strong Métis Nation Saskatchewan and strengthen opportunities for generations to come. President McCallum just wants to add a bit to that.
Where's that tall guy here? Oh, there you go. But anyway, matuwa Katutaga o kansto tami ani hiyaw ya kasi mi chip kaya miya. My wife and I sinayang muti across this province in the last three elections. Igumi chate sino giwap maya ko. Iguna toki way isui hiwing thick in their community. Ako when I'm looking right in front here, I see women elders and men elders. And if they were to tell you their story in regards to how they work within their communities, and it's amazing stories. But as a Métis Nation government, we fail to be able to sometimes recognize the hard work. You know, it's not coming from status quo or anywhere else other than your own government to be able to look at you in regards to how much work you've done with your communities. As an example, there's a lady from out across that lives in Saskatoon. You know, a lot of our people that are coming down south for treatment for cancer don't like staying in a hospital or don't like staying in hotels. So we brought it upon herself to be able to take care of these individuals in her own home. And sometimes they pass away. And those are the kind of recognition that we don't do a lot of. And so with this president's medal that's been taking probably maximum 6 years, I believe, that we've been working on it. Finally, it's here. I want to go chita no te sinim na wagamato tatos kawaya ko. It was a recognition the miaya ko tansi is wichi wichi. If I can hold it up a little bit here, it's got a picture of Louis Riel in front, and at the back it's got a buffalo, and it's got the honor sash that goes along with it. And here's the honor sash that goes along with it. We haven't given this away. It's only for special occasions when we give the medal out, and with that goes along with the honor sash. You know, when I first got in as president, I always thought about how can we have people understand that we are the province of Saskatchewan, we come from Saskatchewan, we live in Saskatchewan. So the elders were so helpful through that whole process where we came up with, Brennan, I believe, is wearing one. I don't have one with me. Brennan, could you show that sash that you're wearing? The Saskatchewan sash? That was done by elders for Saskatchewan only. So it's well recognizable in regards to the Saskatchewan colors. And same with the sash, honor sash that we have, it has special colors with the hands put on there and the ideas of our elders doing that. So I look forward to the days that are coming. Today is about just introducing it to two individuals that we're gonna recognize today, and then later on, maybe next year, or maybe have a special event that our area directors, our council will be participating in recognizing who they or finding out or looking for who would they like to be able to be recognized and given a medal. So that'll be left to our government for them to participate in recognizing who they would like from their region. So we'll continue this process from here on in so that we don't miss out a lot of our older individuals. Hopefully we can give them a medal before they go to this better land where we'll all be going one of these days. So with that, Matt, if I can, you want to say something? Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so our first ever Lifetime Achievement Award recipient is local president and elder Joanna Pationdi. Elder Joanna grew up. Yeah, well, Elder Joanna grew up in Roche per se, southern Saskatchewan. where she was raised by her grandparents who were born during the Métis resistance of the 1880s. She inherited the shotgun of Cuthbert Grant as his direct descendant. She is a poet and draws on her rich lived experience living on the land and deeply connected to Métis horse culture that grew out of the buffalo hunts. Elder Joanna serves as president of Local 15 Melville, and 2026 marks her 50th year as a local president. Elder Joanna has dedicated her life to telling the stories and traditions of Saskatchewan's Qu'Appelle Valley with the generations that have followed. Join me in congratulating local president and elder Joanna Patiande as our first recipient of the President's Medal. Okay. Thank you, Elder Patiande. Our second Lifetime Achievement Award recipient of all time is Gerald Morin. Please come forward, Gerald. Congratulations. For more than 3 decades, Gerald has been a tireless champion for the Métis Nation. A respected lawyer, advocate, and statesman, Gerald has dedicated his life to advancing Métis rights, self-government, and nationhood. Raised in the traditional Métis community of Green Lake, Saskatchewan, he entered public service with a commitment to securing recognition and a strong future for Métis people. Throughout his career, he served as president of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan and president of the Métis National Council, becoming one of the most influential voices for Métis rights in Canada. His leadership advanced important work related to Métis governance, harvesting rights, self-government, and the ongoing pursuit of justice and recognition for Métis citizens. His vision, determination, and commitment have helped lay the groundwork for many of the advances enjoyed by Métis citizens today. His legacy continues to inspire current and future generations of Métis leaders. Please join me in congratulating Gerald Morin. Okay, so what we'd like to do next is we like to give. Okay, we're going to invite our inaugural award recipients to come forward for a photo, and then we'd like to offer them an opportunity to provide remarks to the crowd. Can we bring this down? Our award recipients are being joined by the Provincial Métis Council, President Glenn McCallum, Vice President Michelle Leclerc, Treasurer Jeremy Denemy, Secretary Marlene Hansen, Northern Region 1 Representative Laura Burnoff, Northern Region 3 Representative Brennan Morasti, Eastern Region 1 Representative Brian Carrier, Eastern Region 2A Representative Darcy Lepowick, Eastern Region 3 Representative Mark Friesen, Western Region 1A Representative Loretta King, Western Region 2 Representative Sherry McLennan, Western Region 3 Representative Wendy Gervais, Provincial Métis Youth Council President Rachel Heiser, and Lafita Madeline President Darlene Langan. Now we're going to provide Elder Patyandi with the first opportunity to provide remarks. Sorry, Western Region 2A Regional Representative and Minister of Health and Mental Health, Beverly Fullerton. And so the recipients have been provided with gifts as well. The shawl that Elder Patyandi is wearing was created by a local bead artist, and Gerald Morin's been provided with a vest beaded by one of our Northern Métis beaders.
Well, I want to thank each and every one of you for this. It's very honored because my great mushroom was Pierre Gardapi, which was married to Cuthbert Grant's daughter. So I always wanted to be around Batoche, and I've only missed 3 Batoches back to Batoche since I moved to up north. I've come from Estevan, Ross Percy. A lot of heritage was there too. And I grew up with my grandparents. My grandfather told me many stories, and I just can't believe it. Thank you, everyone, and for everybody's hard work. I never ever expected this in 100 years. Thank you.
Congratulations, Joanne. Yeah, me too. Hello, everyone. Yeah, you know what? Receiving this award today makes me think about many of the people that I've been side by side with in the trenches in our struggle for recognition of our people and our rights over the years. It's been a long, hard struggle, and a lot of those people have made sacrifices over the years, in the last 40 years. And all I can say, you know, it's been a privilege and an honor to have served beside each and every one of you in this struggle. And thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy your time in Batoche.
Thank you very much. All righty, brothers and sisters. With that being said, we're going to move right along. At this time, I would like to invite our president back onto the stage for the university signing and data signing ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, President Glenn McCallum.
Anyway, I mentioned my opening remarks in regards to the great relationship that we have with the University of Saskatchewan. It's been a long time coming in regards to the amount of work that we can do together. I've always understood the importance of the university and how we can come together to be able to do research, to be able to more identify and have the right information, to be able to put a good argument forward in regards to the gaps that are there with the federal government and the Métis Nation. With all the dollars that have come into us and how we do our programming, it only stands to reason that research is so important, can be so important to that whole process. So Vince is the new president of the University of Saskatchewan. Vince, thank you very much for being here. Give my hand, guys. And him and I will be signing that agreement today. And hopefully, yeah. And our minister responsible, Minister Burnoff, will be a part of our signing. So, no, hey, let's just leave it there and put the chairs close to it. Yeah, we planned a long time. I was walking around here last week to tell the people that were doing the stage to be able to find a movable platform so that people can sit there. So previous years we used to walk down there. And it takes a long time, and some of our people are having a hard time to walk. So today, this time, we kind of made accommodations for the table and portable floor there will be removed after. But anyway, do we have the papers ready? Yeah, Kurt Boyer's in charge, and he's the guy that's leading university. Imagine how slow he does things. Well, he's here now. Over there. Her. Okay, yeah. Laura. Laura, go. Yeah, yeah. No. All right, come on.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Vince Bernie Bossio, and I'm the president of the University of Saskatchewan. It's wonderful to be here with leaders, elders, wise ones, families, community members, those of you who are in service, either in uniform, police, RCMP, veterans, marshals, and others, MLAs, MPs. We thank you for your service. I just want to explain what's about to happen on the stage here today. First of all, President Glenn McCullum and I go way back many, many years. I used to work for the community of Pinehouse doing economic and community development. And at those days, President McCullum realized I was pretty green and knew nothing about the North. So he took me under his wing and taught me a bit of the history of Pinehouse and the Métis people. And I bring that up because it shows you the kind of leader he is, that he didn't write me off. He took his time to walk with me. And it shows that we've developed a relationship personally that I would say is deeper than friends. We're more like brothers. When I got this job, he came and hugged me and said, I'm so wonderful and happy that it's you. So we know each other for many years. And because of that, we have a trust between us that now we can engage in these roles. And that trust is the same kind of trust the University of Saskatchewan and the MNFs have with each other, that kind of deep commitment. We're very humbled to be here at Batoche to sign this agreement, this place that carries stories of courage and resilience, and a place where the University of Saskatchewan still has so much to learn. The significance of this agreement that we're going to sign is that it reflects the relationship that's been built many years through respect, dialogue, and a shared purpose. I just want to clarify that it's about the relationship between the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, a Métis government, with USask, a public institution located on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis Nation. It signals our shared commitment to continue to walk together in ways that honor Métis priorities and strengthen community engaged research, learning, and governance. And it establishes a shared table for ongoing collaboration, coordination, and practical action. And we are in the process of developing our new strategic plan at the university. And this agreement is very important to us because it's going to allow us to engage MNS leaders and citizens for their insights on how USAS can do a better job with students and be more engaged with research in ways that supports Métis people. So with that, I'm going to close because I know we want to get on to the signing, but I'm going to say this. The impact of this agreement will not come because we signed a piece of paper. And this is the wisdom that comes from President McCollum. It's not because we're signing a piece of paper. It's the symbol that this piece of paper represents in terms of the relationship we've already built and the relationships we will continue to build. And if we see the statement of intent through the relationships we have personally, like the ones President McCollum and I have and the ones our institutions have, then what we sign today has immense possibilities to make change. And again, it's an honor to sign this at Batoche because in this historical and sacred place, we are expressing how our mutual trust, respect, and collaboration will continue to path us forward in a positive way. And lastly, again, I thank President McCollum for the trust he has in me personally. It means a lot to me. He's a great leader and friend. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to the University of Saskatchewan. That was the signing of the university signing and data signing ceremony. Thank you very, very much. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I just want to acknowledge some of our Métis settlements here and around Canada, starting with the Métis Settlements of Alberta, President Dave Lamouche. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Northwest Territory Métis Nation, President Gary Bailey. Otipinsaguak Métis Government with President Andrea Sandmeyer. And as well, the Ontario Métis Nations with their president, Margaret Froh. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible as well, for their help and their contributions to BHP and as well Castles. So thank you guys very much for your guys' sponsorship. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more thing going on here. But with that being said, I just want to let you guys know that it has been such an honor to share the stage with so many leaders and dignitaries. And as well, we're going to do the president wants to do a quick gift presentation.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the background of our government, there's a lot of gifts that have been given away in the last 9 years. My wife does a great job in connecting with the craft people right across our province and in other provinces. You know, we opened an office in February, I believe we opened our office in Ottawa. We're opening an office where it'll be self-sufficient by our craft, will be supported by our craft people in selling stuff. So my wife has taken it upon herself to be able to do the work that looks good, like what I'm wearing right now. My wife dresses me. Otherwise, I don't know what I'd be wearing. But anyway, my wife does a great job, and she had this made up for the president of the university. If you can come up.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end. So, with that being said, I want to thank each and every one of you guys for joining us here today. I also want to thank all our participants and our grand entry, as well the dignitaries and honored guests. I want to thank all our sponsors that made this event possible. Our entertainers, we have to remind ourselves that Louis Riel once said that, Special Gabriel Dumont, they had mentioned that it's going to be the artist voices that are going to wake us up, right? And so that's one of the things that happens is that it's artists, right? It's us people, right, that are going to be coming back. So with that, we with the entertainers, our media team, none of this would have been possible as well for our media team. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all those. Our MNS staff, thank you guys very much. And as well, the Back to Batoche Planning Committee. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, I would like to invite Mr. Minister Brendan Morasti for an introduction.
Okay. Well, good. Hello again. And as discussed before, it is my responsibility as the minister to lead the work on the Métis Governance Treaty. And for the last 13, 14 months or so, our team and legal have been working hard with other governing members across the country to negotiate and work with Canada. And they've been a strong partner of ours for many years now. As you know, this work was led and started with an MOU, a framework agreement, core governance, and then here we are now, so close to fulfilling the vision and the destiny of our Métis Nation and from our founder, Louis Riel. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to acknowledge and recognize Minister Rebecca Alty and thank her for being here. It shows how strong and meaningful the partnership is with Canada. And more recently, our teams have been in conversation steady every day, especially the last little while. But we're very honored and happy to have her here. I want to ask you to join me and please welcome her to the stage, Minister Rebecca Alty.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, my flight was delayed leaving Ottawa last night, which means we missed our connection, which means I was up at 1 a.m. Saskatchewan time to make it just now. So thank you for the warm introduction, and I'm really looking forward to the next day or two in Batoche. As mentioned, my name is Rebecca Alty. I'm the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories. I was born and raised in Yellowknife, which is Treaty 8 territory, and home of the North Slave Métis Alliance and the Northwest Territories Métis Nation. I'd like to thank President McCallum and Minister Morasti for including me, as well as the whole executive today. We gather here in Batoche, a site that holds a special place in the story of the Métis Nation and in the history of Canada. Every year since 1970, people have come together here to celebrate culture and community and to remember Louis Riel, Gabriel Dumont, and all of the heroes of the 1885 Northwest Resistance, whose strength continues to inspire Métis rights across the country, even now, 150 years later. It's that connection between past and present that makes Back to Batoche Days so special. We gather not only to honor the legacy of those who have come before us, but also to celebrate the Métis people and culture that continue to grow, thrive, and shape Canada's future. a future that we're all building right now. Across the country, our government is making generational investments to build the infrastructure, energy, and resources that will strengthen our communities, create good jobs, and open up opportunities for families, young people, and future generations. And we want to make sure that those benefits deliver real and lasting results for Métis communities. We want the benefits of major projects to flow into communities and not past them. We want to work together in real partnership. That partnership must be grounded in respect for Indigenous rights. It must be built on trust, earned through listening, collaborating, and ensuring that progress reflects your priorities and visions. That's how we build more homes for families, strengthen the infrastructure that connects communities, supports Métis business and entrepreneurs, and creates opportunities that allow the next generation to thrive. That's how we build Canada strong for all. But true partnership requires more than working together on individual projects. It requires that communities have the tools, authority, and resources they need to make their own decisions. That's why advancing the recognition of Indigenous self-government and self-determination is at the heart of our work and of what the work that our governments, both the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan and the Government of Canada, have been committed to doing. We're close to completing the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan's draft self-government treaty. It's just in the process of being reviewed at the federal level. Following that will be the community ratification, the duty to consult with other Indigenous governments, and then it comes back to the federal government for final approval. So it's an important milestone that we've reached in creating the draft agreement, and I really look forward to coming back and celebrating the final. And that is a big round. It's a lot of work. I really want to thank the leadership, both present and past, who have been working hard to get us to this important milestone. So again, we know there's still more work to do, and we'll build on the relation that has brought us to this moment and support the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan in setting their own course for a more prosperous future for their citizens. To everyone here, I hope you enjoy the celebrations, the performances, the food, and the opportunity to come together in community. So thank you again for inviting me here today. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you, merci, and masicho.
Thank you very much, Minister Alty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I would just like to acknowledge once again our sponsors that made this event possible, BHP and Castles. With that, and then all the participants that were in the grand entry, our dignitaries and our honored guests, our sponsors, our entertainers, media, M&S staff, and the Back to Batoche Planning Committee, and of course, everyone here, as Back to Batoche Days 2026 would have not been possible without all of you here. And with that, the opening ceremonies are going to be concluded. And I know that you are all thinking it's time for lunch. But before we do that, let's have one more round of applause for all our entertainers this morning. Everybody coming out, let's give them a round of applause. To the VIP, the dignitaries, lunch will be served at the traditional camp at the southwest of the grounds. And as well, you guys will have your guys' transportation on to the right. So there will be limited number of golf carts waiting to transport those that need that assistance. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dakota Fable, your master of ceremonies this morning, and I'm going to leave you with one thing today, and let's remember this, my brothers and sisters. Representation creates belief. Belief creates opportunity, and opportunity changes generations. And that's what we're here to do. Generation after generation, and that's what we're going to do here with Métis Nations of Saskatchewan, Métis Nations across Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off Back to Batoche the right way. Give a round of applause, make some noise. My name's Dakota Fable. Thank you to the Métis Nations. Let's have a good one. Prez, would you like to say ending remarks as well? No, we're good?
Everyone, join us for lunch. It's at the Pine House Camp on the south end of the camp. Join us coming out lunch. Thank you very much.
And remember, stay hydrated, you guys. Look at my hair. It's so poofy now. I came here and there was like, it looked like a cowlick. And now my hair is all over the place. But with that being said, let's have a good day. Let's have a good weekend. Welcome to Back to Batoche.
Check. All right, now we're going to do a line check. Just over the kick. And tapping on the mic is fine. Yep, I got both of those. Snare. That's the top. That's the bottom. Oh yeah. Back one. Yep. Two. Okay. Four. Okay. Overhead. These guys. You gotta take 8 out there. Nice. All right, so one is on take right, take right. That, that's two. Nice. That's the time, perfect. Forward, through. Yeah, you can turn on the keyboard. And that goes. Yep. 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 Also, the Chromebook as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the competition, the fiddling competition, will be starting in 5 minutes. Fiddling competition beginning in 5 minutes. Tanishi, are you ready for some fiddling? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's not a bad start at all. Hey, you're welcome. This is a good day for all of us. We're here at the first competition for Back to Batoche here today. And the first competition there is the fiddling competition. My name is David Curtin. I'm with Rolco Radio. I have an Indigenous Affairs program called Meeting Ground, which you can hear on Saturdays and Sundays. Very honored to be asked out here to MC this fiddling. And we're going to also have the square dance competition going on this afternoon as well. I can tell you a few stories. If you're not Métis, you're wondering, well, what's Métis got to do with fiddling? When you consider that these Europeans came over to Canada back in the day, they brought with them violins, and the Métis turned on to those violins. As soon as they saw those violins, as soon as they heard them, they turned on to them, and it became a very, very Métis thing. And you're going to hear, when you hear Métis fiddling, you hear, of course, a little bit of a European culture in there, but with a Métis piece, and that's the best part of it. I can tell you, my sister is here with her family here, some of her family here today. And even though when we were growing up, we would wonder what's going to happen on a Saturday night, and all of a sudden our dad would roll up the carpet in the living room and bring out the music, and there'd be dancing all night long in that room. We knew then that we were Métis when we were doing that. So you're going to hear that today. You're going to hear the European culture. You're going to hear the Métis beat. And you also should know that the Métis fiddler is the Métis cultural ambassador. And we would like to thank every single participant who is here today. They continue to bring us all this joy and the music in our communities. And I would also like to welcome our judges here today as well. I'm going to get you to give them a hand. Our judges for the afternoon, Joseph J. Jarlet, Riel Lajamodier, and Murray Polson. Give them a hand. Tough job they've got today. And a big shout out to our sponsor, the Saskatchewan Music Educators Association. Without them, we wouldn't be able to have this competition. So a big hand to the Music Educators Association, please. All right. Here we go. I'm excited. You excited? Good. Nice to be in here when the sun's not beating down on you too, right? So I want you to welcome our first group of participants, the junior fiddlers coming out here right now. And they're going to be giving you a real good piece of entertainment. Up first, we have Caden Scooby, 10 years old from Saskatoon. How about a hand for Caden Scooby coming out right now? Go ahead, Caden. You're on. Whoop. What did I do? All right, you know what, Caden? Sorry, we had a little bit of a delay there. I want you to once again, please. Welcome Caden Scooby as she starts. That's what I know. They're on their own up there. Cadence Kubi, don't go away. I've got a little surprise for you, Cadence. Come on up here if you will. Totally unrehearsed. While you were playing, a number of people came to me and they said, hey, I can't hear her. So what we've done, we're going to change everything. We're going to move it all up to the stage. And guess what, Cadence? You get to do it again. And here she is again, Cadence Kubi. Years old, Cadence Kubi. Thank you, Cadence. Thank you. So, I'm going to tell you, each of these competitors will play a circle waltz of the week. They get 3 minutes to do that. And they're kind of limited to that 3 minutes. So let's limit our applause in between each one of them so they can make it all the way through. All right? Up next, let's welcome to the stage, 12 years old from St. Denis, Saskatchewan, Benoit Denis. Benoit.
Hello, I'm Benoit Denis. I'm from St. Denis, and I'm gonna play my waltz, Teardrop Waltz. My next song is going to be Murray River Jig. Next song will be Angus Campbell. Thank you.
Benoit Denis from Saint Denis. 12 years old. Congratulations, Benoit. Thank you very much. Those from our junior fiddlers, ladies and gentlemen. One more hand. So Joseph's the head judge here today, and he just gave me heck. They have to take a point off of Benoit because we were applauding too much in between the songs. He went over. So let's not applaud in between the three that they do, okay? That'll give them the time to make sure that they get all their tunes in, all right? Now let's welcome our teen fiddlers. Up first for our teen fiddlers, we have Juliana Houle. Juliana. Thanks.
So, hi everybody. I hope you're all having a great day today at Batoche. I will be playing for you Black Velvet Waltz. And for my first
Juliana Houle. How about that? Fantastic. Thank you very much, Juliana. Our next competitor in the teen fiddlers competition is Hadley Iron, 13 years old, Iron House. Hadley, come on up to the stage. Absolutely. Anytime. Good to go. Oh, shoot. Hadley Iron from Pine House, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Hadley. Thank you very much. Up next, we welcome Mathieu Lavalley. Mathieu, come on up here. Hey, welcome. How about a hand for Mathieu as he comes up onto the stage? Matthew LaValley. Marcy, Matthew. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of the teen fiddlers here this afternoon. The judges have a tough job ahead of them. We move now to our adult fiddlers. And the same rules. They're each going to be doing a jig and a reel and a waltz. And up first we have, and please welcome, Carla Ziegler. Carla, come on up. Oh. Oh, not here? Okay. I'm hearing Carla's not here. Carla, are you out there? Okay. So our next performer then that we are going to welcome up here is Les Skinner. How about a hand for Les Skinner? Come on up, Les. Oh, I think I'm going to have to take the fiddle then. Here, I'll do it. So Les isn't here either, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, our next performer, Eve Turner. How about a hand for Eve from Saskatoon? Eve Turner from Saskatoon. Thank you very much. Marcy Eve. Up next. Gloria Blanchette. Is there a Gloria Blanchette in the building? You owe me $10. Well, we actually, right we built it all over the right there in the corner over there in the AV. Get your daughters over there waiting for you. Thank you right up. All right. Up next, our next fiddler is coming to us. His name is Zach Moostus Willier. How about a stand for Zach? Come on up, Zach. Well, Zach. That means our last one coming up right now is Alicia Bloor. Alicia Bloor. Come on up, Alicia. Let's have more. How about that? Right, Felix. And that's it for our adult performers tonight. We have one category left, and that category is the elders. And there's only one competitor, so he's going to win. Please put your hands together for Ed Whitecroft. Hey, Ed. Hey, hey, Petra, our elder. Fantastic. Marcy. Fantastic. Go ahead. Yes, we do that. So, that's it for our fiddling competition. How about a hand for all of the fiddlers here today? Judges are going to be doing their scoring right now, but we're going to turn it over now to the square dancing showcase because fiddle music, jigging, and square dancing, they all come together when it comes to Métis culture across the homeland right here. And it only makes sense that we include some square dancing in this competition. So, we've got two participants here today. And welcome our first participants here this afternoon. Please welcome the junior Yupikon dancers. The junior Yupikon dancers. How about it? That was fantastic. All right. There they are. Thank you. need to come back here. And thanks to Jeremy Carmel playing fiddle for me. You guys were great. Thank you very much. All right, one more left for you. Right now we are going to welcome, and let's give them a big hand as they come out, the Montreal Lake Stompers. Oh, don't leave me up here to fiddle for them. Okay, so just so you guys know, we're just waiting on your fiddle player. So it'll take just a second or two. When we used to do this in our front room, and Dad used to roll up the carpets, it wasn't. We never had a fiddle player. That's too bad. Turn the radio on though, and or the record player, and play those old tunes. Have you enjoyed it so far? Do you like the fiddle players? Yeah. Oh yeah. If you've never tried it, by the way, if you think, oh, I could do that, give it a shot someday. Just for you. I tried it, and oh man, people were just screeching at me, please stop, please stop. Last night here, Jason Lapine was here on this stage. Later on tonight, J.J. Lavalley is going to be on this stage as the main entertainment for the day. And then tomorrow night, Donnie Peronto is right here on this stage. But wait, there's more. Tomorrow night, the first ever kitchen party here at Back to Batoche. That's where we're going to have Jason Lapine, J.J. Lavalley, and Donnie Peronto, all three of them up here on the stage tomorrow night, right after Peronto's performance. It's going to be a great night. So don't go home. Stay here the whole weekend at Back to Batoche. How we doing? We getting tuned up back there? We hope. Eldon Michelle, can we have you come to the stage, please? Keldon, sorry, I forgot the K. Keldon Michelle. There he comes. Thanks, Keldon. Glad you're making it. Is he our drummer? And by the way, if you're not here tomorrow night, you're going to miss that kitchen party. If you stay here right after these competitions, we've got the Creeland dancers coming up as well. And that's going to be a very, very big deal. If you've never seen the Creeland dancers, you just have to go on the internet. They're all over the internet sometimes. Then, of course, the Indian Relay for Met Raceway tonight. Okay, right now I want you to know about this, and I want you to give them a very big applause. We've got 3 musicians who are going to be backing up the dancers here. They did not know until now that they're going to be the musicians backing up these dancers, but they're going to be doing a great job. How about a big hand for the musicians? Ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for Ryan Kepler and Karen English? They came up here to back up these great dancers, the Montreal Lake Stompers. And on the drums, Rob Turner. Here we go. try to do that for an hour and a half in this heat. Thank you all so very much. And we want to thank the Montreal Lake Stompers, the junior Nipicon dancers as well for our square dancing showcase here this afternoon. But I think we're about to get some information that's going to be very important, and that will be soon coming up to me, the winners in the fiddling competition and the runner-up as well. Is that a 50-50 pail I've got there? Are you going to be going around? What's that? Right now? Okay. Hey, bring out your 50-50 tickets. The first draw is about to happen. It's for $1,000. Yellow tickets, please. Yellow tickets only, $1,000. Oh, I get to pick the winner. $1,000 is yours if your ticket number is 0675-193. 0607-5193. Come on down. Thanks. Okay. Head on to the information booth if you've got that number, and they've got the $1,000 waiting for you right there. Okay. Congratulations, by the way. All right, so the music was great. The dancing was great. We've got so much more of it coming up for you. Right now, we want to call the winners coming up. So in the junior competition today, coming in second place, how about a hand again for Cadence Kuby? Cadence, come back out here. Hey, how are you? And our winner in the junior category from St. Denis, Benoit Denis. Come on up, both of you. Both are going to be getting a sash for their fantastic playing this afternoon. Here he is right here. There we go. Congratulations. Thank you very much. You guys did fantastic. All right, Cadence. Weren't they great? Hey, they're going to be so fantastic, amazing fiddle players. Congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. All right. In our teen competition, in third place this afternoon, Hadley Iron. And in second place, Matthew Lavalley. And in first place, Juliana Houle. We'd like you all to come up here and receive your prizes, please. Where have we got? Julia. Well, we've got the main one. Juliana just got a sash and $500 prize. Congratulations, Juliana. In our adult competition, Eve Turner in second place. Eve Turner in second place. Congratulations, Eve. And in first place, Alicia Bloor. Alicia, come on up here, please. You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Each winner gets that beautiful sash. Hey, we don't have an elders here. Oh, there it is. We better have it. Where's Ed? Ed Poitra, come on up here. You're the winner of the elders competition. There he is, Ed. He's right here. That was fantastic. Thank you very much. Ed's getting a sash. Ed, you're going to get a sash too there, buddy. Then in our square dancing competition, Coming in second place, but we loved them anyway, the junior Nipikan dancers. How about a hand once again for them? Well, this is a young group here who did so fantastic. You guys were great. We thank you for coming out here today and for putting on a great show. I just can't wait to see you all again. Do we have something for them? There we go. And a photograph. There you go. You better get in front. There, yeah. The junior Nipikan dancers in second place. A fantastic show this afternoon. Yay! And in first place, you just saw them. How about another hand for the Montreal Lake Stompers? Here they come. You guys were great. Fantastic. I don't know how you do it, especially in this heat. Congratulations to you all. You just did a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. Did you love the competition? We have some very talented people in Métis country here in Saskatchewan. So thank you for coming out to that. Stick around. The Creeland dancers are coming back up. Thank you very much for coming to the competition this afternoon, folks.
Afternoon, Batoche. Please stay for the next dance group. They are amazing as well. Just want to go over a few things. If you've lost something or found something, you can go over to the administration booth and check there where our lost and found is. And also the rails on all of the bleachers were installed to help you go up and down. So if you're sitting right next to the bleacher, if you can kind of move over a little bit to let people go up and down the bleachers safely. All right, once our musicians are ready, we'll get the Creeland dancers out here. Just give us a few minutes.
on the artwork here. And the sounds actually set up this all those instruments as young as here. On the other way.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Our next performance brings the rhythm, pride, and spirit of the Métis culture to the stage. The Creeland dancers share tradition through movement, music, and heart, celebrating Métis history while keeping it alive and vibrant for future generations. Get ready for an expressive footwork, lively rhythms, and the performance full of cultural pride. Please put your hands together and make warm welcome for the Creeland dancers.
We're gonna try this moment.
Hello. Is this on? Can you hear me? Hello, friends. I hope everybody's having a good, warm afternoon. I know we certainly are. It's pretty warm on the dance floor. We're going to do our last dance for you here. It's called Moosonee Square, and we're going to end with a really, really nice fast song. I think you've heard it. It sounds a little bit like the Orange Blossom Special. What does that sound like there, fiddle players? What does that sound like? Yeah, it sounds like that. So that's your cue, folks. When you hear that sound, that's your cue. Start cheering nice and loud. The faster you clap, the louder you cheer, the faster we go. I'm going to bring up my dancing partner, Amy Sisiquasis, who is also our manager, and she's going to explain a little bit about who the Creeland dancers are.
Hello, everyone. Just want to say, what an honor it is to be here again at Back to Batoche. The Creeland Dancers have been in operation for 42 years, and we've been coming to Batoche for just as long. And, it's amazing to see, the growth and the strength of the nation, and to be a part of the opening ceremonies. It's really heartwarming and uplifting to see that. And for our founder, our Cookum, Therese, who is 96 years old, and she is the great-granddaughter of Patrice Fleury Sr. And she raised us and all of her over 200 dancers she trained to be proud of our identity and to carry on the traditions of the Métis Nation through our dance style. And we're just so honored that we continually be invited into this space to honor our patriarch, Patrice Fleury Sr. And I know there's many of you out there who come from that lineage. And one of the most beautiful things about Batoche is that every year I meet somebody new who's part of that family. And, I just can't wait to one day bring my grandchildren here and have them experience that. So, kudos to those that continue every year to make this gathering even more beautiful than the previous years. And a round of applause to each and every one of us who come from our home fires to gather together and be proud of who we are. That's what Wakotoin is this right here. And so, the louder you clap and the harder you cheer, these dancers are gonna dance faster. And we appreciate all you wonderful musicians. We can't do what we do without you all. So thank you.
Please put your hands together one more time for the Creeland dancers. It's extremely hot in here, and they are amazing dancers. At 3 o'clock, we have a Learn to Dance portion. Miles, Jason, they're going to be in here doing a Learn to Dance. So if you know some dances you want to learn, show up and they'll help you out. So that starts at 3 o'clock.